Alexandra Vargas for the state honor.
For the
Charles
defense.
Buck is present for Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis is present. Ms. Shaw is reviewing evidence in the back.
All right, has that been taken care of? Whatever is going to be called next in this case?
Well, we're working on it.
Well, are you all ready to proceed with other witnesses?
I think, well, I'll let,
Yes, Your Honor, the state has its witness, the next one. I know that from yesterday's conversations in terms of the next witness would introduce the statement of Mr. Curtis. So based on what was said yesterday, I know we still have the issue of the voluntariness. I'm ready to proceed outside of the presence of the jury on that issue.
All right, I'm so sorry. Have the jurors wait.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in your witness.
The state would call Richardson.
And if you could make sure, there's a little square microphone that's silver. If you could put that somewhere on your jacket or shirt, it's for the court reporter here. And if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. If you'll state your name for the record.
Richard Earl Richardson.
All right, you proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Richardson, what is your current occupation?
I'm retired.
Where did you previously work?
I worked for the San Antonio Police Department.
In what capacity?
I was a patrol officer and a homicide detective.
How long were you with SAPD?
28 years.
And how long as a homicide detective?
15 years.
Now, when did you retire?
3 years ago, 9 months, and 18 days.
If anyone's counting.
If anybody needs it.
So, Detective, did you assist in the homicide investigation of an R.C. Curtis?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Mr. Curtis in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to and just indicate an article of clothing he's wearing?
White shirt, collared shirt with blue jeans.
Okay, and the record will reflect that you've identified the defendant in this cause. Were you the lead detective in this case?
No, I was not.
Who was?
Detective Randall Hines.
Did you assist him in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to call your attention to October the 27th of 2015. Did you assist Detective Hines that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you first assist the detective?
Detective Hines requested that I go with him to serve a search warrant at a residence.
Okay, and did you do so?
Yes, I did.
Now, while at that residence assisting in that search warrant, were you also given further instructions?
Yes, I was.
What instructions did you receive?
Detective Hines requested that I return to this homicide office to prepare an interview room and start an interview with Mr. Curtis.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
Now, Detective, this interview that you conducted with Mr. Curtis, was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was there a device that was capable of making an accurate recording of that interview?
Yes.
And does San Antonio Police Department have a special rooms to conduct said interviews?
Yes, they do.
Did you make sure that the recording device was working properly?
I did.
And have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
Was it working properly?
Yes.
Was it a fair and accurate depiction of the interview that took place on October 27th and 15th?
Yes, it was.
And I should say, outside of some redactions that have been made, correct?
Correct.
Now, Detective, when you spoke to Mr. Curtis, did you give him what is commonly referred to as his Miranda warnings?
Yes, I did.
Did you warn him that he had the right to remain silent?
I did.
Did you warn him that he had the right to an attorney?
I did.
Did you warn him that anything that he said could be used against him in a court of law?
I did.
Did you also instruct him that he could cease the interview at any time he so chose?
I did.
Now, Detective, after reading him these warnings, did he indicate to you that he understood?
Yes.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did you threaten or coerce Mr. Curtis in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Did you promise him anything in exchange for his interview with you?
No, I did not.
Now, if he made a reasonable request, like needing to use the restroom or needing something to drink, would you have provided that to him?
Yes, we would.
In fact, was he actually even allowed to use the restroom during the interview?
Yes, he was.
Now, Detective, are you the only person who spoke to Mr. Curtis that day?
No, I'm not.
Were there other detectives that also spoke to Mr. Curtis while in that interview room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know which detectives?
Detective Raul Cardenas, and there was a patrol officer that assisted. I'm not positive of his name.
Did you also see Detective Randall Hines briefly?
Yes.
And now, this patrol officer that you spoke of, did he actually interview Mr. Curtis, or was he just collecting evidence?
No, he did not interview. He was just there to collect the items that we needed.
So were the only three individuals that questioned Mr. Curtis yourself, Detective Hines, and Detective Cardenas?
Yes, sir.
And you can recognize yourself as well as those two detectives and their voices on the recording?
Yes, I can.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask just for purposes of the record. Previously, we had marked State's Exhibit 70 as the interview, 70A as a redacted. Would you prefer 70B?
70A is...
It is the a redacted version, the original one. We had the original interview, a redacted version is 70A, and then the subsequent redactions will be the next one that I'm showing through the detective.
Yes.
70B?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, off the record for a moment, do you have one that is actually 70?
Yes, I do.
All right, just number 70 and not A or B.
Correct. Yeah, just 70 is the original with zero redactions at all. 70A was the redactions that were introduced at the previous hearing, and then this will be 70B.
All right, can I have parties approach just briefly?
Are we back on, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And before I proceed, just for purposes of the record, what was originally marked as State's 70 will be now 70. The state will withdraw that and now mark it as 70A. But
Any objections to the
No.
withdrawing of the exhibit?
No objection.
And secondly, what the state had originally marked as 70A, which was the redacted version of the statement, the state will withdraw 70A and now replace that with 70B.
All right, and you say 70B is the redacted?
Is the redacted version, the original redacted version, not the one that I'm introducing.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
No objection.
And for purposes of the record, the one that I'm going to now show to Detective Richardson, it will be marked as State's Exhibit 7. Detective, I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, I do.
I see that there's some initials and also a date on the bottom of the disc. Whose initials are those?
Those are my initials.
And the date, who put that date?
I put that date, 8/21 of 2025.
Okay. So have you reviewed the contents of State's Exhibit 70?
Yes, I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview that took place of Mr. Curtis on October the 27th of 2015 with the agreed upon redactions between the state and defense?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I want to try to be as efficient as possible. I believe I've established the aspects, at least for the limiting purposes of the motion. If the court would like, I can publish so the court can see what Detective Richardson did, but it's up to the court on.
What I can tell both parties, and defense, if you have no objections, the court has previously reviewed the DVD from the first trial. And so the only difference with that DVD would be the redactions that you all have agreed upon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So.
I have no objections to you not viewing it again, certainly.
Okay, all right.
So with that, Your Honor, the state will pass the witness.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Now, Detective, he was in custody, is that correct?
Correct.
And he was in custody for other matters, right?
Correct.
Now, did you transport him from, and when you said you executed a warrant, was that at his residence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you transport him from his residence to where the interview was conducted?
No, I did not.
And so you can't tell the court, or you don't know what conversation, if any, was had with the defendant between his residence and wherever the interview was conducted, correct?
Correct.
And the interview was conducted at what's police headquarters, I guess, for lack of a better word, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who did transport him, if you know?
I do not know it was a patrol officer.
And based on my review of the transcript and of watching the video as well, you review with him his rights under Miranda.
Correct.
And you tell him, hey, you're under arrest because of these other charges, right?
Correct.
And then you say to him, okay, now you know what's going on here, right?
Correct.
But you never talk to him about this case. In other words, you don't say, hey, we're here to talk about what happened to Paula Boyd. So how do you know that he's voluntarily talking to you about this case? You say you're under arrest because of the motion to revoke. I'm going to read you your rights because you're in custody. And he says, yes, sir. And then you say, you mind talking about what's going on? You know what's going on? And he says, yes, sir. And then you're saying the rest of the statement is he understands and he's voluntarily talking to you about that. How do you know he's voluntarily talking to you about Paula Boyd? Because nobody ever says to him, let's talk about Paula Boyd. I mean, correct?
Correct. But he was advised his Miranda warnings and agreed to continue speaking with him.
But you don't know, but at no time did anybody say, hey, here's what we want to talk about, correct?
At the beginning of, after the Miranda, no. As we
Okay.
began the interview, yes.
Okay. How long does the interview last?
I'd have to look at the actual,
It's roughly 2 hours. Will that
roughly
surprise you?
2 hours. Yeah.
And I think you said other people came and went.
Yes.
Did you remain present throughout the interview?
No, sir.
That's all I had, Judge.
All right. Any other questions?
Just very briefly, Judge. Now, Detective Richardson, you kind of touched on it earlier, but as you continue to ask questions of Mr. Curtis, you did start discussing the case that you were assisting Detective Hines in, the murder of Paula Boyd.
Correct.
With Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
Did he continue to speak with you when you asked him those questions?
Yes, he did.
Did he ever try to cease the interview?
No, he did not.
We'll pass.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down. All right, the court will hear argument.
Yes, Your Honor. The state, of course, called Detective Richardson because he was the officer who read Miranda to Mr. Curtis. He did explain to him his Miranda rights. Mr. Curtis acknowledged that he understood those and willingly spoke with the detective. As Mr. Bunk pointed out, the initial question was, hey, this is about the death of Paula Boyd. However, the detective did say, as he continued in his questioning of Mr. Curtis, that subject was broached. Mr. Curtis continued to speak willingly to the detective. There was no threat of coercion. There was no promises made to Mr. Curtis. The statement that was given to the detective was voluntary, and we'd ask that it be admitted.
All right, defense.
I believe Mr. Spear meant to say that he was not told that they're here to talk about Paula Boyd, and I think that's the important point here, is that the voluntariness of the statement is lost when he's tricked into thinking he's here to talk about something else. So when he's read his rights and asked, do you know why you're here? And he says, yes. And he waives his rights. He's under the mindset that we're here to talk about, I'm here because of the motion to revoke probation for my 2 warrants. And that's what he's Mirandized on. And they say, do you know what we're here about? You know what's going on? Because we just told you. And he says, yes. And so he's I'm here voluntarily to talk about that. And then they start talking about something completely unrelated to why he thinks he's there. So that being said, I don't believe the statement's voluntary. I think he was coerced and tricked into talking about something completely unrelated to why he was there, why he told he was there. And for those reasons, I don't think the statement was voluntarily, and I believe it violates his constitutional rights.
All right, State, do you want to respond to that portion of defense's argument?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. As part of the Miranda rights that Detective Richardson read to Mr. Curtis, he was told that he could stop talking at any point that he wanted to. Very briefly into the interview itself, after the comment that Mr. Bunk is referencing, you mind talk to me about what's going on, end quote, the subject of Paula Boyd is brought up. So trying to say that he's completely some type of subterfuge, some type of trick, is inaccurate. The conversation almost immediately goes into the subject at hand, the death of Miss Boyd. Mr. Curtis knew by his acknowledgement that he could stop talking to the detective at any time. He did not do so. He continued to talk to him about the subject matter. The statement that he willingly waived his rights and agreed to speak to the detective, and there was no subterfuge.
All right, and defense. I'll give you the last word.
I would just argue that at that point, Curtis should have been informed that he was a suspect in that investigation. He was not free. I mean, he's there not free to leave because of something else. So it's not a voluntary statement is when you're free to leave. In other words, I don't want to talk about this. I want to go home. He can't. They've got him locked up.
With reading of Miranda, wasn't he Mirandized though?
Yes, but my point is, he should have been informed. Hey, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about you being a suspect in Paula Boyd. So you need to make sure you understand the rights I read to you are about this, not about that. And I think that which cup is the ball under? I think that is where the problem lies, and I'm arguing that makes this statement not voluntary. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, so this is what the court is going to find. The court is going to find that it's obvious that he was in custody because he was in handcuffs and he was arrested on a motion to revoke. The court is finding that he was read his Miranda rights He signified that he understood those rights, and as a part of the reading of the Miranda rights, he can stop the interview at any time if he so chooses. In this case, he did not stop the interview, and the court is going to find that his statement that he gave to the police, although he was in custody, it was done voluntarily, as signified by his stating that he understood his Miranda rights and that he continued to speak after he was read his Miranda rights. And from the court's viewing of what is now marked as State's Exhibit number 70,
Yes, that's correct.
there were no statements that are being entered that were not, there are no statements that are being entered that were statements obtained by the police that were not obtained without his rights being read to him. So the court is going to find that it's his statement to the police in State's Exhibit number 70 was done voluntarily. Is there anything else before we bring the jurors in?
Your Honor, I don't believe so. I will say, just, for defense's knowledge, and I'm sure the court's knowledge, the witness has been instructed to not talk about the motion to revoke arrest, and the state is not going to elicit anything in that regard.
All right.
And this stuff that was taken out.
I'm sorry?
Do you talk about the content of the DVD at all?
Right, exactly, yeah. And of course, off the record, the state and defense went through certain areas based on prior rulings by the court that we agreed should be redacted. I believe defense has now had a chance to look at that disc, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And I believe there are no issues with said redactions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So,
All right.
Wait, sorry, hold on. Oh, no, that's not it. We can't have this card.
All right, well, y'all are reviewing that. How long is it going to take you all to review that?
3612 to 36.
I've reviewed it and fully, Judge, I think there's one additional redaction we want to ask for.
All right, and what is, if y'all can confer on that redaction?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
see if y'all reached an agreement? All right, and who is here for a plea? Is your client on bond?
Yes, yes.
All right, if you'll bring them up, please. All right, everyone, please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. Sometimes the morning docket runs a little bit later than expected, so I appreciate your patience. All right, State, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Rich Richardson.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may take a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear, and if you can state your name for the record.
Richard Earl Richardson.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
How are you all? I'm retired Detective Richard Richardson
And Detective, where did you retire
from the San Antonio Police Department.
when did you retire?
Almost 4 years ago, coming up on 4 years.
And at the San Antonio Police Department, how long were you a member?
I was a member for 28 years.
And when you retired, what was your rank?
I was a detective
In what division were you?
in the homicide unit,
How long were you in the homicide unit?
15 years.
Now, Detective, in the case concerning an R.C. Curtis, were you the lead detective?
No, I was not.
Who was the lead detective?
Detective Randall Hines.
Now, is it common practice for detectives to assist each other in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
And did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, Detective, I'm going to call your attention to October the 27th of 2015. Did you assist Detective Hines in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the defendant in this case, R.C. Curtis, do you see him in this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Could you please point to him and indicate an article of clothing he's wearing?
Black sweater over white shirt.
Okay, and the record will reflect that you've identified the defendant in this cause. Now, initially, when assisting Detective Hines, where did you go?
I believe the address was 5622 Evers Road, apartment complex where Mr. Curtis lived.
And did you encounter Mr. Curtis there?
Yes, we did.
Now, while Detective Hines was conducting his investigation at 5622 Evers, did he give you instructions to assist him?
Yes, he did.
And what instructions did you receive?
He requested that I return to the SAPD headquarters homicide unit and prepare an interview room and start an interview with Mr. Curtis.
Now, Detective, if you could explain to the jury, does San Antonio Police Department, do they have specific areas in which you can conduct interviews?
Yes, they do.
And in those interview rooms, for lack of a better way of saying it, do they have a recording device capable of making an accurate recording?
Yes, they do.
Do you check to make sure that that recording device is working properly before conducting an interview?
I did.
And you did so in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you indeed speak to Mr. Curtis in one of those interview rooms?
Yes, I did.
Now, was that interview recorded?
It was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that recording of that interview on October 27, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 70. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
I see that there's some initials and a date on this disc. Whose initials are those?
Those are my initials,
And who placed that date?
and I placed the date 8/21/25.
Okay. And did you review this disc on this date, 8/21/25? Did you to ensure that it's an accurate recording of what took place back on October 27, 2015?
Yes, I did.
Does it fairly and accurately depict everything that took place then?
Yes, it does.
And are you the only individual that spoke to Mr. Curtis on this interview?
No, sir.
Who else also spoke with him?
Detective Randall Hines, the lead detective, and Detective Raul Cardenas, who also assisted.
And you know who those individuals are?
Yes, sir.
And you can identify their voices?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence. State's Exhibit 70, subject to any objection by defense.
Please note my prior objections.
All right. Those objections are overruled. State's Exhibit number 70 is admitted into evidence.
Permission published?
Granted.
Oh. Well, may we approach? I'm sorry.
Yes.
And that's your address there, what's the address? 622 Evers.
For the record, I'm going to pause it at 27 seconds. Can everybody hear okay?
No.
Oh, okay. Is there a way to adjust the volume up here? Okay.
My name is Detective Richardson. I just need to get some basic info from you before we get started. What's your last name? Curtis. With a C? Yes, sir. One S? Yes, sir. Your first name? R.C. Yes, sir. R.C. And that's your address there. What's the address there on the 622 Evers Road? 622 Evers. And what apartment are we in? Do you work? No, sir. How about a phone number you can use? 210. 551. 6781. Is that a cell? Yes, sir. How old are you? 30. And you did it, bro? 02, 07, 85. What's your social? 452, 73, 02, 65. You know your driver's license number? No, sir. And you are married? And your wife's name? Diana. What's up? With a C or a K? Okay. Before you're asked any question, it is my duty as a police officer to advise you of your rights and to warn you of the consequences of waiving these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to make any statement or order to anyone. Any statement that you make will be used in evidence against you in a court of law at your trial. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you before or during any questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you're unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or any other time. If you decide to talk with anyone you can stop talking to them anytime you want. The above rights are continuing rights which can be urged by you to distinguish the proceedings. Do you understand these rights? Yes, sir. Okay. Do you mind talking to me about what's going on? You want to know what's going on? Yes, sir. I'm sure you're surprised as we are when we came over. What I'd like to talk to you about is last week, between Tuesday, let's say Tuesday morning and Wednesday afternoon, or Wednesday night. Where were you at Tuesday? Just start at the beginning of your day as best you can remember. Tuesday at home already. I take my kids to school. Okay, so Tuesday you took them to school. I take my little boy to school and I drop off him at school and I go. First I take my wife to work, school. She goes to school, career car on Furniture Road. Okay, so you drive in her car? Yeah, I drive her car. I take her to school, drop off, come back, pick up my little boys, make sure they get ready, okay? I take them to school, and come back to the house. And where did you say she worked at? She goes to school on Furniture Road. On Fred? Do you know the name of the school? Career College. About what time do you drop her off? About hours before 6 o'clock. 6 a.m. 4, 6 a.m. And then you come back home? Yes, sir. And you get your sons ready for school. Where do they go to school? My husband goes to school at Kobe Glass, and he got to be at school before 7:30. So he goes by himself? Or are you driving there? Yes, sir. And he has to be there by 7:30. Do the other boys go with you, or they wait at the apartment? They go with you? And what's your youngest son's name? Randy Curtis. What was it? Randy, R-A-N-D? Randy, R-A-N-D-O-N. Okay, Randy. 7:30 a.m. drops Nathan off, okay? And then you go to? Come back around at this down off, sorry, so you come on the street. I take my son R.C. the fourth. And Rashawn Curtis, that's my middle son. I dropped him off at, I ain't know the name of the school, it's right there across the hallway. Is that middle school right across? Yes. Okay. Well, that's right at Evers in 410, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know the name of that one either. I'm trying to remember. It's north side of the What time did they have to be there? By 8:29. And that's all the dropping off you do? Yes. And I stayed at the house. But this, specifically what happened, or where you were the last Tuesday? Tuesday. Once you dropped them off? Dropped them off in front of the yard. I cleaned up the house. Spoke to the city outside. All the maintenance people, like, were a part of it. You guys been off there all day. And by 12:30, before 12:30, I opened up my wife as soon as she get out of the time. So 12:30, you picked her up? Then where'd you guys go? Moving to the house. Home at home? Yes, sir. Okay. And then, what happened? I waited for my son to get out of school about 3:20, 3:12. I walked down to the gate, the bus drop off in front of the gate.
So the bus brings them home?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bring him home.
Brings
Randy.
Brandon home? Okay.
And I walk down there and pick him up.
And that's about 3:20?
Yes, sir. And we walk back up to the house. And pretty much we go home all day.
The other boys come home?
Yeah, they walk
On
home.
bus or they walk home?
They walk home after their football. My oldest son's football practice.
Okay. And so, after they got home from football practice, you guys stayed at home the rest of the night on Tuesday?
Yeah, they should.
You didn't go anywhere?
All I remember was we got home all day.
And for the record, I'm going to pause the video at 18, 15, 15 on the top counter. Now, Detective Richardson, is this you that is speaking to Mr. Curtis at this point?
Yes, it is.
And during the interview, did you read him his Miranda warnings?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to speak to you?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I guess in this initial part of the interview, you're asking him about his activities on Tuesday, October the 20th, 2015.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to continue the video now.
What about Wednesday?
Wednesday, I do the same thing. I pick them up, everything. Take my wife to school, come back and pick them up, take them to school, come back to the house, same routine every day.
So on Wednesday, you don't remember going anywhere?
Wednesday, about 3 o'clock for bar money from one of my friends on Ward Bar Road, across from the apartment complex right there, but he wasn't home, so I stopped to see if I had gas on my car. I went back to the house, from the exit, went back to the house, picked up my son, walked down to the gate, picked up my son, came back. I said, oh, where's my son football game? We sat outside the fence.
Okay, so you stopped, where did you stop to get gas or?
And, yeah, I guess I do, what's it called? Is that 2 stores together? Convenience store?
And where's that located at?
Off of Ward Bar Road.
Where's Bacahina? Were you by yourself?
Yes, sir.
And you were in your wife's car?
Mm-hmm.
And that was about 3?
Mm-hmm.
And so you went in the store and you checked your card? Is it a credit card, debit card?
Unemployment card. Unemployment card.
And you can buy
Good.
gas with that?
Good.
Okay. Is it like a Lone Star card, or what do they call it?
It's a Chase card.
Chase card? So you went in the store and checked at the ATM to see if there was money on it?
Because I get paid at 9 o'clock at night every Wednesday, but sometimes they put the money on there early.
And so there wasn't no money, so then you
Walked out.
just walked out, went back home?
I'm going to pause the video at 18, 17, 30. Now, Detective Richardson, are you now talking to him about his events on the day of Miss Boyd's passing, October 21st, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And does he explain to you that he went to a convenience store off of Heater?
Yes, it does.
What time of day did he indicate to you in the video?
3 o'clock?
And he said that he went to get gas in his vehicle,
Yes.
and that he also used his unemployment card. Did he indicate to you what bank that unemployment card was from?
Chase Bank.
And did he also indicate to you approximately when he would receive funds on that unemployment card?
He said it varied, but it was usually late at night on, I believe, a Wednesday.
And that he had checked that card that day, but the funds had not come onto the card yet?
Correct.
I'm going to continue the video.
Hey, before we got on the bus.
Okay. And you guys were home the rest of the day Wednesday?
What's the football game?
We went to football game Wednesday night?
Yeah,
Where at?
right there across the street from my school.
So how do you know what is the relationship between Paula Boyd and you?
That's my wife, Paula.
So that's Erica's grandma. Okay. When was the last time you saw her?
Last time I saw her was probably October 1st or 2nd.
So the first part of October? When was the last time you were at her apartment?
Probably the 1st or 2nd.
So, that last time, 1st or 2nd of October, sometime in October. Have you ever taken anything from Paula? Has she ever given you anything? Have you ever taken anything from her? Have you ever,
Nah, yeah, she gives food and stuff.
just food and stuff?
Yeah, food and stuff.
Okay. But, no reason why you should have any of her credit cards or any of her debit cards?
And I'll pause the video at 18, 19, 40. Detective, did Mr. Richardson indicate, did Mr. Curtis indicate to you when the last time he saw Paula Boyd?
Yes.
When was that?
He said approximately October 1st or the 2nd.
And did he also state where he saw her?
I don't recall that.
Would it be fair to say it was at her apartment?
Yes.
Now, Detective, you also asked if Ms. Boyd had ever given anything to the defendant, and I think he indicated like food and things like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also asked if there was any reason for him to have her credit or debit cards. What was his answer to you?
No.
Now, Detective, I'm going to skip ahead. There's a portion in which you step out of the interview room, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No?
That's it.
I am gonna add,
And for purposes of the record, the video is going to skip ahead now to 18:58:27. Now, Detective, when you returned back to the interview room, did you bring something with you?
Yes, sir.
What did you bring with you?
It's a buccal swab.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is basically a large Q-tip that is in a sealed envelope that we collect DNA or saliva from the subject.
And what is the purpose of doing so?
Just to have it tested at the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office for the presence of foreign DNA that arrives.
And in this case, the buccal swab kits, are they stored at the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, they are.
So I'm going to now restart the video at 18:58:27.
for a sample of your DNA, do you mind giving us a sample?
Sure.
Okay, there's two Q-tips in there. If you go ahead and rip that apart, take the two Q-tips out, and leave it open so you can slide them back in there. And just rub them in your cheeks, like you're brushing your teeth, but on your cheek. That's good. And then place them back in there. I'll have you rip that, seal
so I want it to be sealed. Then what I'm going to do is just initial over this flap here, so when it gets to the lab, they know you're in it or a tamper with. Just across the line where we sealed it. All right. So you have no idea who killed this lady?
No, sir.
Did you kill her?
No, sir.
Does anybody you know kill her?
No, sir. Not at all.
Do you know who killed her?
No, sir.
I'm now going to pause the video at 19:00:41. Now, Detective Richardson, when you came back in the room to ask Mr. Curtis for a buccal swab, when you asked him for a sample of his DNA, what action did he take?
He leaned forward, opened his mouth, and said,
Sure.
Did he do anything with his mouth?
He opened his mouth.
And did he consent to give you a sample?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I approach.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 88. If you could examine that envelope and the contents of the envelope. Now, Detective, when you entered the room and asked Mr. Curtis for a sample of his DNA with the buccal swab, there was some type of packaging. Within that packaging, what was there?
Those were the 2 Q-tips that he actually used to gather his saliva from his mouth.
The same Q-tips that we saw in the video?
Yes.
And after he does so, what happens to those Q-tips?
Those Q-tips, as you saw, were placed back in there. We sealed it. I gave the envelope to Detective Hines, which was sealed with evidence tape, and then an evidence tech or Detective Hines would have placed it in the property room.
And Detective, when we actually see a bag being sealed, this is that same bag, State's Exhibit number 88.
Correct, that is the bag.
Now, I believe you had even mentioned it on the video. There's something about placing like some type of identification by yourself on State's 88. Did you do so?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to indicate?
I asked Mr. Curtis to put his initials across the actual part of the envelope that's sealed, and then I placed my name and badge number, or my initials and my badge number on the same spot.
And Mr. Curtis put his initials?
Yes, he did.
And you put your initials in your badge number?
Yes, I did.
And that area is taped over so it can't be tampered with?
Yes, it is.
And then, like you said, it's sealed and then put in a secure location for Detective Hines for any transport?
Correct.
Now, also, I see on the front of State's 88, there is a sticker with a case number. What is that case number?
That would be the case number assigned to this investigation.
And for the record, what is that case number?
15228-265-1.
I also see there is a barcode on that sticker. Is that a unique barcode as to that piece of evidence under this case?
Yes, it is.
Is that the common practice of the San Antonio Police Department to do so?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, Detective, when interviews are being conducted at the San Antonio Police Department, is there a the proper term, but like a viewing station for anybody outside of the interview to watch.
Yes, there's a viewing room, yes.
So at this point, did you, when you stepped out of the room to secure the buccal swab, did another detective enter the room?
Yes, he did.
And we are going to skip ahead. And detective, is there a period in which Mr. Curtis is sitting in the room without anybody interviewing him?
Yes, it did.
Now, for the record, I'm skipping ahead in 19 minutes, or 19 hours, 21 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Mr. Curtis, I'm Detective Hines. I introduced myself out there at the apartment. Detective Richardson gave me a little bit about what you said here. Just so you know,
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I'm going to restart.
at this point, but you are a suspect until I can say you're not. Okay? Drive Walker's
And Detective, pausing at 20:06:06, was there a brief period in which Detective Hines came in and spoke with Mr. Curtis?
Yes, there was.
Now, there was a third detective that you mentioned that also spoke to Mr. Curtis. Which detective was that?
That was Detective Raul Cardenas.
And for the record, I'm restarting the video at 20:06:06.
How many cars do you?
3 or 4?
3 or 4? Okay.
Yeah.
What is your phone number?
954-6781.
6781. And what is the service provider?
What's both?
Oops, okay. How long have you had that phone?
Year now, bro.
Okay. Do you have any other? Phones that are active, that have service, like phone service, text service and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We saw a few phones in here.
I don't work.
Yeah.
Over here.
So this phone is from Boost that starts with a 9. That's the only phone that works.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to pause it at 20:06:49. Now, Detective, this is when Detective Harness is speaking to Mr. Curtis, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Curtis indicate that he had only one phone of his that was operational?
I thought weight loss was expensive.
And for the record, I'm now moving to 2013-04.
I have to look at one back phone.
Okay. Is there anybody else that you talked with when you were on the way to his apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody else you spoke with that night or that morning? Or the night before, on Tuesday night? Because we're going to put your phone record.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So did you make any phone calls? Did you say any friends or anybody call you? Like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Nothing like that. What about in the morning?
No, because my phone only Wi-Fi, which so I don't need Wi-Fi at my house. That's one reason. So
you can't make phone calls?
I can make phone calls. You'll see when my phone goes at 9 o'clock at night. By 9 or 10 o'clock, I cut my phone over in.
But the night before,
I only use Wi-Fi
okay, how come?
because my phone was off.
Why was your phone off?
Because I did my last one bill
Okay, and then when did your phone get turned back on?
at 9:30 at night. Wednesday night.
Wednesday night. So you didn't have service while your grandmother was dead or dying? Okay.
For the record, I'm pausing at 2014-24. Now, Detective Richardson, did Mr. Curtis explain that his phone was a Wi-Fi enabled phone?
Yes.
And did he also say that during the time of Ms. Boyd's passing, he did not have service unless it was Wi-Fi?
Correct.
And that his phone did not become operational again until 9:30 at night on Wednesday, the 21st,
Yes.
when he had paid his bill?
Yes.
And for the record, I'm restarting the video at 20:23:08.
Everything is send it. I miss you too. My mom love you too. Everything.
Okay, you know your wife's here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe asked her because sometimes she would give you things, right? Did Joe ask her again for something?
No, sir.
For a favor?
No, sir.
Or for money, food, or whatever?
No, sir.
Okay, because I hear that issue has been kind of tough with you concerning money and food or whatever. No, you know.
Would that be the
Yeah, but there's no way, we didn't ask her again. We didn't ask her, like, we didn't ask her, but anybody.
All right, so, but she would be,
I'm gonna pause at 20:23:51. Detective, is Mr. Curtis denying that he had asked Ms. Boyd for anything?
Yes.
And for the record, I'm going to restart at 20:32:32.
they asked you for your DNA and stuff. Would there be any reason why your DNA would be on your grandma?
No.
Her body, her fingernails,
No, sir.
scratch skin,
No, not no scratches.
anything? That'd be no reason why.
No, sir.
I'm going to pause at 20:33:03. Did Detective Cardenas ask if there be any reason why any DNA or biological evidence would be on Ms. Boyd?
Yes, it did.
And what was his answer?
No.
In any part of his body?
No.
Or her body, I should say. For the record, I'm going to restart at 20:42:18.
When my daughter was about to leave?
He always with his son.
So you say that your unemployment card was gonna get filled up
Yeah.
on what day?
Same day.
When does it get filled up?
At 9 o'clock.
On what days?
On Wednesdays.
Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know how unemployment works. I heard it's unemployment. So every single Wednesday gets filled up. Okay, how much are you getting?
4:47, I think.
Okay, and usually it gets filled up by what time?
Sometime 9, sometime earlier than that. It just depends whenever the road, because I already on Tuesday. And from Tuesday to Wednesday, anytime it can be filled.
Okay, so 9 p.m. at night, they usually gets filled up? Okay, so why are you checking it at 3?
Because anytime between Tuesday and workshop, it can be filled.
Okay,
I check it all the time.
where's that card at now?
That's all I want.
Okay, so would it show that you did swipe that card at that store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you swipe any other cards at that store?
No, just that one.
You know, I mean, because,
I'm going to pause at 20:43:34. Now, Detective, did Mr. Curtis explain to you when he would receive his unemployment benefits?
To Detective Cardenas, yes,
And what day did he tell Detective Cardenas?
on Wednesdays,
Was that consistent with what he told you?
yes.
Did he tell you, as well as Detective Cardenas, the approximate time he would receive those benefits?
Usually late at night, I think around 9 o'clock.
And did he indicate to you how he checked that?
He would use it or swipe it at an ATM.
And he indicated to you that he swiped it to check those benefits.
Yes.
And did he indicate that he swiped any other card?
Objection leading.
That would be overruled.
You can answer.
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in State's Exhibits number 62 and State's Exhibits number 63. First, I want to call your attention to State's Exhibit Number 63. This is certified bank records of a Chase card belonging to an R.C. Curtis III.
Yes, it is.
And further in the document, does it have a listing of transactions from that card ending in, if my eyes are good enough, 5495.
Yes, there are.
And how many transactions are on that Chase card from October the 21st of 2015?
4 transactions.
And from those 4 transactions, does it also give a time in which those transactions were done on said records?
Yes, they do.
And I'm going to attempt to put it on the Elmo. My eyes aren't very good, so I'll do the best I can to zoom in. These glasses are thick. So Detective, you indicated that there were how many transactions from October the 21st of 2015?
4 transactions.
And Detective, I'm putting a folder underneath that first transaction from October 21st of 2015. Now, from that same bank card of 5495,
Correct.
and it lists a merchant name for that transaction. What is that indicated on the records?
ACH deposit,
And then further over, an amount?
$330.
And then furthermore, a number and a description. What is that description?
Looks like TWC benefits with a number in front of it.
That be consistent with some type of unemployment benefits?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I'm going to go to the second transaction from October 21st, 2015. What was the merchant?
McDonald's,
And the amount?
$33.54,
And then the location?
5503 Northwest Loop 410.
And now the third transaction from October 21st of 15. Who was the merchant?
Boost Mobile,
What did the defendant indicate to you that was his service provider, or to Detective Cargas, I should say?
Boost Mobile,
What was the amount tendered?
$33 and it looks like 8 cents.
And just for the location, just give the name of the business.
Boost Mobile.
And for the final transaction from October 21st, 2015, who's the merchant?
Cardtronics CCS,
The amount?
$20,
The location?
5502 Evers Road.
Now, Detective, are any of these locations 8558 Evener Road?
No, they are not.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You could hand me that, please. Thank you, sir. I'm now going to direct your attention to states number 62, already admitted into evidence, the Wells Fargo business records for a Paula Boyd. Now going to show you the contents. Does it list the name of the individual card holder?
Yes, Paula M. Boyd
And there's actually a second holder as
and
well.
Brenda Boyd Perez.
Here's to work. And detective, does it also show a transaction from October the 21st on these records?
Yes, it does.
How many transactions do you see from October 21st?
One transaction.
Does it give a description of that transaction?
It's a balance in inquiry on the card at an ATM located at 8558 Heaver Road, San Antonio.
Does it also give a description of what device was used for that balance inquiry fee?
It gives the ATM ID, LK122 or 29959
And does it give the last four digits of the card?
7838.
And does it give an amount that was taken out of the card on this inquiry fee?
Yes, it does. 250?
Or I believe it's the...
$2.
Yes.
$2.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll pass the witness.
You said you assisted in investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you found out about two skinny black males beating and kicking her to death, did you look into that?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
No further questions.
Is this for this excuse?
That's all I have, yes.
All right, thank you. If you'll remove the microphone. State, call your next witness.
State calls Eric Roberson.
All right, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. There's a square silver microphone right there. If you could put it somewhere on your shirt, it's for the court reporter to hear. And if you'll state your name for the record.
Eric Robertson.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Roberson, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
15 years.
Have you been a crime scene investigator that whole time?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you receive any type of special training to perform the duties of a crime scene investigator?
After I was hired, I went through a 400-hour training course
And, go ahead.
covering everything that we had to do out in the field, and then a month-long of riding along with a senior CSI, taking calls and everything like that.
And what are your duties as a crime scene investigator?
We document and preserve crime scenes and collect and preserve evidence.
How do you generally preserve and collect evidence?
It depends on what type of evidence it is. It's usually in an envelope sealed with tape.
And do you bag that evidence at the scene or at a different location?
It'll be bagged at the scene and then more than likely sealed back at our office.
Okay. And once that evidence is sealed, what do you do with it?
We drop it off at the property room.
And where's that property room located?
It's at 401 South Frio.
Is that a secure location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna take you back to October 21st of 2015. Were you working that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dispatched to a call?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the basis of that call?
It was a parent sudden death.
What was the location of that call?
I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was an apartment complex off of I-10.
Okay, would having did you write a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Would having a copy of this report aid in your testimony?
Yes, please.
Karen, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 89. What is this?
That's the report that I generated that day.
Okay. So feel free to refer to it, just don't read directly off of it. Okay. So do you recall the location of that call?
I have 1220 IH10 West, apartment 205.
What time did you arrive at that call?
16:03 hours.
When you arrived to that location, what did you observe?
I first spoke with, I think, Detective Bertina, and then I entered the apartment. I observed the victim deceased on the bedroom floor. I observed apparent blood on her face and on the floor around her. Her glasses were broken on the floor next to her. I believe the bed sheets were on the floor as well.
And did you say what room was she in?
I have apartment 2. Oh, she was in the bedroom, sorry.
And in the bedroom, where was she located?
Kind of towards the foot of the bed, on the left side, I think.
And did you observe any injuries?
Like I said, she had blood on her face from what looked like an apparent injury to me.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Okay. Do you recognize this this room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that what she looked when you is that how she looked when you entered?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other people working there that day?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was there?
Detective Hines was there, and then I don't know how many police officers were there.
And were you the only crime scene investigator technician at the scene on this particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect any physical evidence while you were there?
I collected the eyeglasses that were on the floor next to her.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. And, what is this?
It looks like the eyepiece from her eyeglasses.
And then I'm showing you State's Exhibit 8. And what are these?
Those are the eyeglasses.
Can you describe to me the condition of the glasses?
I believe they were broken in about 4 pieces.
And was there any substance on them?
Blood.
What did you do when you found the glasses?
They were left there until I believe the body was removed. And then after that, I collected them as an item of evidence.
And how did you collect the glasses?
I put them in an envelope and then sealed that envelope with clear tape and then red evidence tape.
And did you do this process at the crime scene?
I put them in the envelope at the crime scene and then sealed it at our office.
Okay. And when you seal them at the office, do you make any markings on the envelope?
Yes, ma'am. Our initials, badge, and then the date is marked on the red tape.
And did you, after you sealed that, or did you do that at that time
Yes, ma'am.
in this particular instance? After you sealed the envelope, what did you do with it?
I dropped it off at the property room at 401 South Rio.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Officer Roberson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90. Can you tell me what this is?
These are the eyeglasses in the envelope.
Okay. Is that the only item that's in that bag?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. And can you point to the markings that you made on the envelope?
They're on this red tape and this red tape.
Okay. And are those your initials?
Initials, badge, and the date.
And the date that they were collected?
Or the date that it was sealed, yes.
Okay. Can you please open the bag carefully and look inside without showing the jury? Okay. And are these the glasses that were pictured in the photo that you collected that was next to Paula Boyd's body on that day?
They're wrapped in a another envelope.
Okay,
I'm assuming from the crime lab.
okay. And are the glasses inside that?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Can you, very carefully, can you kind of move that envelope to see the glasses?
I would have to open it.
Open it more.
Yeah.
You can open it more.
So the crime lab wrapped the glasses in this.
Okay,
And then it is opened slightly.
okay. And are those the same glasses that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you packaged them?
Yes.
Apart from the crime lab markings, have they been altered in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to enter State's Exhibit 90 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, State's Exhibit number 90 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
90's the envelope or
The envelope with the
minutes conference?
Yes. Your Honor, permission to publish?
Granted.
from collecting, packaging, and transporting the glasses, did you have anything, any further involvement at the crime scene on that October 21st?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, we pass the witness.
Defense.
It's a big complex and there's a lot of people milling around. Did you have any trouble finding the location?
Not that I remember, no.
That particular unit?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you got there, how many people were already there in the unit?
I don't remember, a handful maybe?
Did I hear you say you were the only evidence technician there that day?
Correct.
And how long did you stay at the location?
I don't recall how long exactly it took.
Did you stay until everyone left, or did you leave before? Like, were you there? I understand that there was a detective named Detective Hines
Correct.
who came to the location. Do you recall that as well?
I believe he was there before me.
Okay. And do you happen to know if you left before or after Detective Hines? Or perhaps with Detective Hines?
Probably around the same time.
Okay. Do you remember securing the location with him, or how the location was secured, if in fact it was?
I assume a patrol officer took care of that.
Let's just, typically, how would a location like that be secured? What's protocol?
Patrol officers.
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose?
Yeah, why would someone secure a location?
To preserve it.
Because it's important, right? I mean,
Sure.
you don't want evidence to be tampered with overnight or something
Sure.
like that, right?
Right.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what I've marked as defense 1. And I think the glasses you showed us are also in that picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in defense 1, can you see those glasses?
Yes.
And does defense 1 accurately reflect the situation that you found when you walked into that apartment? Does it accurately reflect the glasses that are now in evidence?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I'll tender to the state what's marked as defense 1 and offer new evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, defense exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
Now, defense 1 also shows a towel at her left leg. Is that correct?
I believe that's a towel.
Okay.
Some kind of garment, maybe.
It's a towel. You want to look at it closer?
Okay.
Okay. Did you have I'm assuming you walked around the apartment to kind of check it out?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, did you notice that this towel didn't match any of the towels in the bathroom?
I did not notice that.
Okay. Would it surprise you that it does not?
No.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Wait, hold on.
Any further questions?
Wait, I might have one more question, Judge. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I need to remark it. I believe there was a question about defense 1 yesterday being mentioned. So I'm gonna make this defense 4 out of abundance of caution.
All right, so are you withdrawing defense?
I'll withdraw this defense 1, I'm gonna renumber it to defense 4 out of abundance of caution, thanks to Ms. Shaw.
All right, any objection to the withdrawal and renumbering?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That being done, I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, and no objection to defense 4?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, defense 4 is admitted without objection. All right, any questions? State?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Investigator Roberson, while you were there, besides law enforcement, did anyone else enter the apartment while you were there?
The medical examiner.
Okay. And did you see the medical examiner take any pictures?
Yes.
And when they come and take their pictures and are at a scene, do they bring their own equipment?
Yes.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. If you remove the microphone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a 15-minute break. Remember my previous instructions. Everyone please rise for the jurors.
Yes, so I showed it to the court yesterday, and it's what the court looked at when the court made its ruling.
Yes.
So it's part of the record. And then B was the 404 notice that was filed back on the original case number.
Okay. All right.
Then additionally, I need to make sure, I wanted to make sure, while the jury's out, regarding the business records affidavits and the discussions we had, I think that, is there in the record a copy of the original records that the court ruled on that ultimately allowed the state to take pages out of?
That is State's Exhibit number 62.
But I thought 62 was what's in evidence.
Yes, and the court sustained defense's objection to 61.
Right, but 62 had the pages that you allowed them to remove pages from 62.
Yes, let me see 62.
So this is what's in evidence, but I want to make sure that what they filed that had the additional pages that you allowed them to remove is part of the record.
All right, so then what that can be marked as is that will be marked as 62A. And do you want that to be defense's 62A? I'm
Yes.
sorry, not defense's 62A.
State 62A.
No, that doesn't have it.
Do you have a copy of those?
That's
This is a copy with it.
with
That's what
everything.
I want. I'll give your tabs back. Here you go. Here you go.
I removed the grade of the sheet.
Right.
Let me give you your flip.
Cool.
I'm gonna staple it.
You don't want, but you know what? I know what it is.
And then Gerald, I'm gonna mark this. This is, and just so may I approach the court?
Yes, and here's that.
Yeah.
And let me see that one, please.
Yes, so just you can compare, if you'd like to compare to see what I'm offering for the purposes of the record.
Yeah. Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
For clarification, I had just made a copy of 62 and had removed the pages that we had spoken about. And
Yes.
then that specific copy that you're looking at should have everything before anything was removed.
All right, and that is correct. And so, counsel, if you want this into evidence, just for purposes of the record, you can label it as 62A, or you can label it as a defense exhibit.
I'll label it 62A, but just so the record's clear, this was yesterday when I whenever it was, when I objected to the business records, this is what 62A is what had been originally filed with the documents that, and then the court allowed the documents to be removed, which then became 62.
Yes.
Okay.
This is just a copy on this one.
62A. And then scratch out whatever.
And could I see 62A, please?
Yes.
All right, just so the record is clear, 62A is a business records affidavit as it pertains to Wells Fargo. The pages that the court allowed the state to remove were pages 1 of 1, 1 of 2, and 2 of 2 that have the handwriting of Detective Hines on it. After those pages, there's a page that is entitled Grand Jury Summons, which was the request for the records. And then after that request for the records through a grand jury summons, the records are attached.
And then additionally, so the record's
Yes.
clear, 62A is how they were filed.
Yes,
When they were filed, giving me notice, 62A is how they were filed.
yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then I'm gonna put these over here. And do you have 62? I'll put them back over here.
Yes.
Okay. And that's all I have on that.
All right,
Which
so,
brings us to 3914.
yes, and who is the witness?
It's Jamie on the call.
And Robert Saylor's vote.
All right, who would you all like to have a hearing with first?
On both witnesses, Judge, pursuant to 3914, the defense filed timely notice for the state to designate experts, and the state failed to properly designate any experts in this case, and therefore the defense has not been properly notified as required by statute, and will object to any expert testimony in this case.
All right, response, Sate.
Yes, Your Honor. First, I would respond consistent with Hayden v. State, 66 Southwest. Correction. First off, I would note for the record, both witnesses were questioned pre-trial in Kelly Daubert hearings about their expertise, about the work they did in this case, and were cross-examined by this lawyer extensively in those pre-trial hearings between March of 2020. They finally concluded in December of 2020. And discovery had been made continually throughout that process. Two, I would specifically cite 2024 Westlaw 400-2084, URT v. State, originating out of the 399th District Court, where in a matter very similar to this, argument was made about untimely response of the state being served with a notice of expert witness, despite the fact that the state was able to demonstrate and prove they communicated with the defense counsel about the expert witness and is testifying. Ultimately, the trial court in that matter allowed for it, and it was sustained on appeal, principally because the defense's failure to move for continuance waives a claim of harm on appeal. And that is specifically consistent with the existing case law that the remedy for lack of notice as to an expert is a continuance or a recess for the proper interviews, etc. on the defense. Not disagreeing with the requirements of 3914 is my argument, simply put, that the spirit and intent of it has been met. I would also add that when we went and interviewed witnesses Saylor and Palmakar ourselves on or about the 11th of August in preparation for this trial, I emailed the notes from that interview to defense in interest of meeting our disclosure duties.
All right, any response, defense?
No, Judge, I've made my objection. I've stated my notice of lack of. I've stated my objection to lack of notice.
All right, that will be overruled. Call your witness for the hearing, please.
Hearing for the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. We call.
Real quick, I guess. Yeah, just let the record reflect that prior to the trial, in a pre-trial hearing, the court has already conducted at the defense request the Daubert v. Kelly hearing. So I'm not requesting any further hearings on that evidence. And the record that is already part of the record from this trial as it was under this case number.
And that is correct, and that was in the form and a pre-trial hearing.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And the court had made its rulings on that, and those rulings will still stand, which is they're experts in the field in which they're offered.
Yes, I don't request any additional hearings on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Yeah,
All right.
I believe we are ready to proceed.
All right, could you bring the jurors in, please? We're ready, yes.
All right, for the jury?
It'll be
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
the state calls Jamie Pomacall.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. There's a square gray microphone up there. If you'll place that somewhere on your square.
Like, this is, oh, okay.
Yes, if you place it somewhere in your jacket or top, it's for the court reporter here. If you can state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Yes, my name is Jamie Pomacall, Pomykkal.
State, you may proceed.
Ms. Pomacall, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist at the Bexar County Crime Lab here in San Antonio.
And could you just illuminate the jury, what does a forensic scientist do?
So I work in the serology DNA section where we screen items of physical evidence for biological materials such as blood, semen, and saliva. And then we can conduct DNA analysis on the biological material and compare it to a standard taken from a person.
All right, and to become a forensic scientist, what type of education and subsequent training do you have to have?
So we have to have a bachelor's of science at a minimum, and then most of our training is at the lab. But we have certain requirements that we have to follow from the FBI.
And specifically your education accomplishments, where's your bachelor's from?
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Texas State University and a master in pharmaceutical sciences with a concentration in forensic DNA and serology from the University of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been practicing as a forensic scientist?
Just over 18 years.
And is that all of that been with the Bexar County Crime Lab, or have you also worked in other jurisdictions?
It's only been with the crime lab, the Bexar County Crime Lab.
And as a part of your employment with the crime lab, have you testified in courts in this state, federal, etc.?
Mostly with the state.
Okay. Have you ever testified on behalf of the defense?
I believe so, but not many times.
Okay. Do you have, aside from your education, do you have any credentials or certifications?
Yes, I am licensed to practice forensics within the state of Texas. I also have a certification through the American Board of Criminalistics.
Okay. And then the Bexar County Crime Lab itself, is it an accredited institution and laboratory that you work in?
Yes, it is.
Accredited by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what is the ANAB?
That stands for the ANSI, A-N-S-I, National Accreditation Board.
And that's the National Accreditation Board. Do you have any state, does the lab have any state and or regional accreditations or affiliations?
Our accreditation is approved by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
Okay. And the basis of the Forensic Science Commission is to oversee the standards of criminal investigative labs throughout the state of Texas?
Yes. They also issue our licenses.
And those licenses, how often do you have to renew or apply? Is it you licensed once and that's it, or?
We have to reapply every 2 years, although that that's changing a little bit based upon some other factors, but it's about every 2 years.
And what type of additional training do you have to maintain proficiency in your field of practice?
We have to have 32 continuing education units based on the FBI, but also based on the Forensic Science Commission.
Okay, and that those 32 credits, is that annually, biannually?
It's every 2 years, I believe. And so that can come from conferences generally.
Okay. And in fact, there's a conference or something happening right now, isn't there?
I'm not sure.
All right. Are all your licenses and certifications current?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Could you, basically, what is DNA and how do you go about testing it?
So DNA is the protein that codes for all other proteins within your body. You inherit half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad, and it is the transference of all of the protein codes that we have as a human being.
Okay. And is it possible to look, and is the DNA present in that blood, semen, saliva? Those are the primary fluids I heard you mention?
Yes.
Is DNA present in all of those?
Yes.
In just simplest terms, the process, how do you go about determining the DNA of blood or saliva?
So the general process is we take a small cutting or a sampling of the blood stain. In this case, we apply some reagents to it, and we break open all of the cells to expose the DNA. We purify the DNA away from all the other cellular components, and then we quantitate it. So we see how much DNA is present in our sample. We then apply some more reagents to make lots of copies of different regions of the DNA. It's kind of like a Xerox machine, lots and lots of copies. And then we can run them on a genetic analyzer to produce a genetic profile.
Okay. And from your experience, within the field of criminal justice, what is the most common way that DNA is obtained? Well, let me rephrase. The jury has already seen evidence of someone being administered a buccal swab. It was defined as a large Q-tip. Is that how you are accustomed to seeing, is that a common way in which you receive DNA samples for analysis?
Yes, typically from a person, we call it a known standard, and it usually comes in the form of a buccal swab or a blood standard.
And, or otherwise, if one of those fluids, blood, semen, etc., semen, is that commonly found through sex assault kits?
Yes.
Blood from a crime scene, undetermined value, do you work with that?
Yes.
So, as you examine, typically a buccal swab is taken from a known individual.
Yes.
Is it possible to develop a profile from a known individual and then compare that known profile of the known individual to evidence that's collected out in the field from an unknown person?
Yes. Yes.
And the purpose of that comparison is to do what?
The purpose of the comparison is to inform an agency, or in this case, a jury, if someone could potentially be a contributor of the DNA that was found on a crime scene evidence.
Excuse me, I may approach.
Yes.
Does the crime lab routinely receive evidence from the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
How do you document the work you do with the samples that you obtain, be it known or unknown persons? How do you document the work that you do with samples?
We take notes generally, whether that's written notes or digital notes, so that we can keep track of all of our testing and the items that we're testing.
Do your notes ever evolve after your testing's complete?
No.
Do your notes take another shape? Do you produce reports from your notes of the results of your testing?
Yes, we do.
Approach the witness yard.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 91, 92, and 93 for identification. Do you recognize 91, 92, and 93 for identification?
Yes, I do.
And what is number 91 for identification?
91 is my forensic serology report issued on December 28th, 2015.
And 92 for identification?
That is my forensic DNA report issued on February 9th of 2016.
And 93 for identification?
That is my forensic DNA report. It is a supplemental report that was issued on February 22nd, 2016.
All right. And the evidence that you looked at for 91 in your forensic serology report, is that from the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office for medical examination number 152243?
Yes, it is.
And specifically, what items out of the medical, it's a sexual assault kit, is it not?
Yes.
And what items of evidence did you examine? Specifically, item 1-1-5, what was that?
That was oral swabs.
And 1-1-6, what was that?
Oral smears.
1-1-7, what was that?
Those were fingernail clippings.
Did you also examine some physical evidence that was received from Officer Cynthia Contreras of the San Antonio Police Department? Look at item 9 on page 2 of this serology report.
Yes, I did.
Item 9-1, what type of evidence is that?
A pair of broken eyeglasses.
Approaching the witness with what has already been marked the evidence as State's Exhibit number 56. And I am removing from States 56 items 56A, 56B, and 56C, which had been previously marked before the jury. Item 56B, can you tell me what type of evidence is that?
Oh, these are swabs that I believe were collected from a deceased person.
Okay. And do you see the medical lab number on them?
The ME number is 15-02243.
And does that match the the autopsy report for the sexual assault kit that you worked on for this case?
Yes.
And does that and do the swabs then correspond to item 1-1-5 on your report?
Yes.
Okay. What has been marked as 56C? Do you recognize what 56C is?
Yes.
Are they smears from the sexual assault kit for medical examiner's number 15-2243?
Yes.
And does that also correspond to your report, item 1-1-6?
Yes.
Then finally, item 56A. Does that correspond to item 1-1-7?
Yes.
Which are fingernail clippings by left and right hand?
Yes.
And so these, do you see your markings to reflect your examining them in the course of your work?
I do.
Thank you. Showing you what has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 90. The label for State's Exhibit 90, what does it read?
The SAPD label?
No, just the label of the outer envelope.
1 pair of eyeglasses, 4 pieces with apparent blood.
Opening the outer envelope and for an inner envelope. Is there a number written on there?
Yes, Exhibit 9-1.
And does that correspond to the Exhibit 9-1 that you examined in your report under this case?
Yes, it does.
So, showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 88. On the outer envelope for State's Exhibit 88, do you see markings that you made on the outer envelope that are consistent with your report?
Yes, I do.
And what markings do you see for Exhibit 88?
Exhibit 1-8. Which were buccal swabs from R.C. Curtis.
Okay. And did you open and examine these in your analysis that you conducted on or about December 28th, 2015?
Yes, I did.
showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 68. The label for State's Exhibit 68. What is it?
Buccal swabs collected from John Daniel Nombrana.
And do you also have markings on the outer envelope for State 68 that match your CIL report and your initials?
Yes, I do.
And so this corresponds with what item on your report, on your serology report?
1-6.
Okay. Showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 69A, not alpha. What is State 69A?
Buccal swabs collected from Miguel Rosales.
Do you also see your initials on the outer envelope, and does it correspond with the work that you did in your serology and subsequent reports?
Yes.
And then finally, showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 71. What is it? What is its label?
Buccal swabs collected from SP Donald Lee.
All right. And also, do you see writings on the outer envelope for what the work you did in your serology and subsequent reports?
Yes.
And that tracks with your entry is 1-7.
Yes.
So, all of these states 60, 68, 69A, 71, 88. Because we have labels, we know the source. These are all known samples, correct?
That's correct.
And from the medical examiner, we have known samples collected from the body of a person identified as Paula Boyd.
Yes, both unknown and known samples.
Thank you. So, what goes into a serology report to develop this report? What type of testing do you do? Well, what's the first item you look at? The rape kit or the items that come from the field?
We typically, when evidence comes into the lab, they're given item numbers by evidence receiving. And so we can either work them in the order that they were put by evidence receiving, or we can work them out of order. It just kind of depends on the case.
Okay. And so on page 3 or 4 in your report, did you test items 1-1-5, which are the oral swabs, items 1-1-7-1, right-hand fingernail clippings, and 1-1-7-2, left-hand fingernail clippings?
Yes.
And the broken eyeglasses, item 19-1. What did you test them all for?
Those were tested for the possible presence of blood.
And what were the results of that test?
They were all positive.
Did you find anything else on items 1-1-5 and 1-1-6?
I also tested the oral swabs, item 1-1-5, for the possible presence of semen, and it was negative. I also examined the oral swabs for the possible presence of spermatozoa, and they were positive for the possible presence of spermatozoa, along with the oral smears 1-1-6.
And those came from the medical examiners, those came from a known person, Paula Boyd?
Yes.
How is it possible to not have semen but have spermatozoa?
So typically, semen is made up of multiple components. There's a liquid component, and then there's the spermatozoa. The spermatozoa are very hardy cells, and they tend to stick around longer than the liquid portion of semen, especially when it's deposited in a body or on a body.
And you also found indicators of presumptive positive test for blood on the glasses, item 9-1.
Yes.
So with those results, what's the next step in the process?
So because my results were positive for the possible presence of blood and also for spermatozoa, I retained those items for subsequent DNA analysis.
And did you also perform that subsequent DNA analysis with the known buccal swabs of Miguel Rosales, John Daniel Nembrana, Donald Lee, and R.C. Curtis?
Yes, I did.
What was the results of your DNA analysis of those items?
Would you like me to read each one?
Let's start, we'll go item one by one.
Okay.
Your Honor, having identified the first and the last leg in the chain of custody, the state would move to introduce into evidence States 68, States 69A, States 88, States 71, States 56A, 56B, and 56C.
Any objection?
I'll have to check them out. This is already in evidence. These are already, I thought these were already all in evidence. I thought those were already in. So they just marked them like that. No objections.
All right, States Exhibit 68, 69A, 88, 71, 56A, 56B, and 56C are admitted without objection.
So ma'am, turning to your forensic DNA report. In brief, can you just describe the testing that was performed on items 1151, the oral swab tips, and the left and 1171, the left and right fingernail clippings? Were you able to develop, did you find any DNA that was not Paula Boyd on the oral swabs 1151?
Yes, I did.
with the known samples of buccal swabs, were you able to reach some conclusions?
Yes.
What was that conclusion?
R.C. Curtis was not excluded as a source of the human DNA identified on the oral swab tips, item 1-1-5.1. Miguel Rosales, John Daniel Nombrana, and Daniel Lee are each excluded as a source of the human DNA identified on that item.
Now, it's not excluded. Do you, is it consistent in your field to calculate a probability of finding the profile that you found on those swab tips within a population of individuals of the same racial and ethnic characteristics?
Yes.
And how is that probability generated?
We generate that probability from a database that has frequencies of genetic markers that have been calculated within a subset of the population. And so we can use that to approximate how often we would expect to observe the profile in the population.
And I apologize, I skipped a step. So in your analysis and from the serological report, you found possible spermatozoa in your serology report.
Yes.
But it was an unknown contributor.
That's correct.
So you had to develop a genetic profile of that unknown contributor.
Yes.
And then you developed a profile from the known samples of Curtis, Rosales, Nombrana, and Lee.
Yes.
And then you compare those known profiles to the unknown profile from the swabs.
That's correct.
And so what would then be the likelihood of that known profile of Curtis finding that in a population?
So the statistic that's calculated is based upon the unknown profile that was developed from the oral swab tips. And if I had a population of 9 quintillion, 506 quadrillion, I would expect to see that profile one time.
And by my calculation, that's 18 zeros for a quintillion.
There are 15 zeros in the African American statistic.
Okay. From the glasses, item 9-1. We need to make some determinations from there.
Yes, I was.
And what was that determination?
Paula Boyd is not excluded as a source of the human DNA identified on the swab tip from broken eyeglasses, item 9-1.1.
Were you able to make some observations from the left hand and right hand fingernail clippings? Did you find anything foreign to Paula Boyd on the fingernail clippings?
I did not identify any foreign DNA, but there was the presence of male DNA that was detected during my quantitation step.
And male DNA on fingernails clippings from a female. What's the next step in the science when you have that situation?
So when we have an overwhelming amount of female DNA, we can actually subject the sample to a different chemistry that only isolates, it only sees the male portion of the sample. So we can isolate out just the male portion and basically ignore everything that's female in a sample. So that would have been the next step in this case.
And what's the name for that type of process where you isolate the male, any possible existence of male samples?
We call that Y chromosome short tandem repeat DNA, or YSTR.
Now, the DNA that you found, the male DNA that you cannot exclude the defendant from, you found only oral swabs in the sex assault kit.
That's correct.
From your general knowledge, would it be possible for DNA that's collected on October 22nd, 2015, could that DNA have existed from approximately 3 weeks earlier, October 1st, October 2nd? Would you expect that to be present and collected on October 22nd, 3 weeks later?
No, I would not.
That just because normal swallowing processes?
Yeah, generally, if you're a living, breathing human being, you're washing your hands, you're taking a shower, you're doing all the things that we do as humans, and DNA doesn't stick around from a foreign source typically that long.
On your serology report, you identified possible spermatozoa, but on your DNA report, you just said R.C. Curtis not excluded as the source of the human DNA. Did you write a supplemental DNA report?
Yes, I did.
And why did you produce a supplemental DNA report?
That was at the request of the detective to clarify where the male DNA came from on the oral swabs.
And your subsequent report was produced on February 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
That supplemental report, was it consistent with the policy and procedures within the Bexar County Crime Lab, the Texas Forensic Science Commission? Did you do anything unusual?
I did not.
From all the samples provided, do you have any unidentified DNA from your analysis?
No, I do not.
So it's either Paula Boyd or defendant Curtis?
That's correct.
And were all of these reports communicated back to SAPD?
Yes.
And did you submit the result of the fingernail clippings to Mr. Saylor for wide strand analysis?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, with that, I will pass the witness.
Hi, James. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm very happy to see you again. I've got it. Thanks. So, let's start with the sentence at the request to clarify. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as defense 5 and see if this is what you're talking about.
Okay.
I think you know what it is.
Yes, it is.
So, that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
And it's basically, is it from your bench notes? Or
Yeah,
bench notes, or what are bench notes?
Yeah, bench notes are basically just any documentation that we have that has to do with the case. This is a supplemental information form. These were used at the time for conversations or phone calls.
And this one specifically says, Hines calls and says, hey, add the word spermatozoa.
That's correct.
And so you said, I'll add that word and I'll file a new report.
That's correct.
And what happens if Hines hadn't called and said, hey, add the word spermatozoa?
Then I would not have a supplemental report.
Okay, so if Hines hadn't called and said, hey, I need something, I need you to add the word spermatozoa, the February 22nd report would never exist, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And let's talk about the spermatozoa that Hines asked you to put in there. How many spermatozoa cells did you actually find?
I did not count them, so I don't know.
I think your bench notes say 6. Does that sound right?
Can I refer to my case file?
Sure. Sperm heads, actually. May I approach again? I'll help you make it faster. May I approach again?
Yes.
It's on page 2 of 18.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what I've marked as defense 6.
Yes. Okay, so I did identify about 6.
About 6, okay.
Yes.
And not only, they were about 6, and what did you note about the shape of them?
The morphology was not quite what I would expect for a spermatozoa, but it stained. We stained the spermatozoa to help us see them. Everything else was in line with what I would consider a spermatozoa, except the shape of it.
They appear to be sperm, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then also, I think you would agree with me that the quality of your result is only as good as the quality of the product you're getting your result from, right?
Yes.
And in this case, your known sample was, in your own words, broken and dirty. Remember that?
I do not.
May I approach?
Yes.
Once again, defense 6. See where it says heavily soiled? Is that what that says?
Which are you referring
Up here.
to? The oral swabs.
Yeah. Heavy in soiling.
One of the swabs was broken, which wasn't a big deal. There was heavy RB soiling, which was heavy reddish brown soiling, which was consistent with blood.
Was that the swab you used, or was that the other swab? If you know.
So I took a cutting from a swab for the initial serology, but then I took I'm going to refer to my notes.
Okay.
I took a cutting from both swabs for the DNA analysis portion.
Okay. And I misspoke earlier, it's actually 5 possible sperm heads.
I believe there were 6 on these swabs and then 5 on the smears that I identified. But like I said, I didn't count all of them because I can't count all of the possible spermatozoa that are present. So I counted what I saw, what I could.
When a male ejaculates, how many hundreds of millions sperm come out? Like 2 to 500 million, right?
It would depend on the male.
Okay. Now, you and I have talked in other cases about transfer DNA, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've told me that one of the most common ways for my DNA to get onto you is if we wash our clothes together, right?
I don't recall saying that, and I would not have said that.
If we launder together, if I take off my shirt and wash it in your washing machine with your clothes would have very likely have my DNA on your clothes, correct?
I would say that's actually one of the least transferable ways for DNA to move from item to item. We're adding laundry detergent, which breaks down cellular material. So I would say that it's very unlikely to transfer DNA in laundry if you're washing it.
So you're saying that doesn't happen?
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's less likely than
So-
if you were to sneeze on me, for example.
Of course, it'd be one way for 500 million to become 6. Okay.
I would need more context for that.
Well, let's just say, I wash my towels with your towels, and my towel is a towel that I've cleaned myself after sex with. And somebody, after a couple of guys beat me damn near to death and shove a towel in my mouth, and I grab it with my hand and yank it out. You could have some of my DNA in your mouth or under your fingernails, right? Maybe not a lot, but some.
It would depend on whether it had been laundered or not.
Sure.
It would depend on a lot of circumstances.
Absolutely.
But I would say it's possible.
You know, the fingernail stuff you didn't do. You did the initial but not the YSDR, right?
That's correct.
Now, there's multiple tests for semen, but you only did the PA, the phosphatase? Which one did you do?
It's an AP or an acid phosphatase.
Acid phosphatase.
Yes.
But there's multiple other tests. Is there a reason you didn't do the other test?
I actually did 3 different exams for semen. One was the AP, which was the initial presumptive test. I did the microscopic exam for sperm, which was positive. And I did a P30, which tests for a prostate-specific antigen within semen. So I actually did 3 tests.
Do those show up somewhere other than your forensic? Are those not forensic serology tests?
They are. They're in that same paragraph.
So tell me again, I'm sorry. Other than the acid phosphatase, which ones did you conduct?
I did a confirmatory for sperm.
I'm talking specifically about semen, if you don't mind.
That's what it is, a confirmatory test for spermatozoa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And a P30,
P30.
which is a prostate-specific antigen test for semen.
And it's just those 2?
3.
Okay, so the confirmatory, the P30, and then the AP?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Now, these tests that you've run, they were run when, 2016?
December 8th, 2015.
15. Has science evolved since then?
There are processes that we do differently now, but the general basis of serology and screening is the same.
And just to make sure I understand what you said earlier, if Hines hadn't told you to write another report with the word spermatozoa, you would not have?
I would not have, but it was an option to put it in the report in the first place. I just didn't.
Tell me about the comparisons you made against Antonio Pena and Antonio Jones.
I did not have any standards from those people.
The database you used in 2015 has transitioned to a new database, is that correct?
We have transitioned to a new database.
But the statistics you gave us are based on the 2015 database, correct?
They're based on a 2017 FBI database. That was just a choice of the laboratory. It was not because there was anything wrong with the database.
Okay, now you talk about the laundry, and you said one of the things that would dilute and maybe change 500 million to 6, but what if I just put my dirty laundry in the same hamper with your dirty laundry? There's no, that would increase the likelihood of transfer, correct, without the washing cycle?
It would depend. If you just throw it on top and it's just skin cells, then the transfer would be very little. If it was a wet biological material, the potential for transfer would be higher. So it also depends on circumstances.
That's all I have to.
State.
Looking at your laboratory notes, counsel referred to the observation you made, 6 possible sperm heads, odd morphology that appear to be sperm. Are there 6 possible sperm heads? That's potentially, sounds like it's maybe a small number.
It is.
Is that significant?
It's significant in that they were present, but the quantity is not necessarily significant.
Could biological factors in the contributor of the sperm heads, could that also be a rationale for, be it the low number or morphology?
Yes.
Can taking substances add changes to the body's natural functioning fluids, like ice or methamphetamine use? Could that have effects on the biological functions of the body?
I'm not an expert in that field, so I can't comment.
No further questions, Your Honor?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. If you'll leave the little square microphone behind, please. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Second call, Robert Sailors.
If you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat, and if you'll take that square silver microphone and put it somewhere on your tie or lapel,
Yes, ma'am.
it's for the court reporter to be able to hear.
Just remind me to take it off.
I will, or either the court reporter will.
Okay.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Yes, my name is Robert Sailors. My last name is spelled Sailors.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sailors, where do you work?
Sorry.
I work for the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory.
And what capacity?
I am one of the supervisors in the forensic biology unit.
Are you also a forensic scientist?
I am.
Now, as your capacity as supervisor at the Bexar County Crime Lab, what are your duties?
Well, aside from
doing forensic DNA casework. Most of my duties these days center around training, budgetary related matters, but I still perform casework in forensic DNA.
Okay, so you have some kind of more, like, for lack of a better way of saying, management type duties now, correct?
Another hat, per
Yes,
se.
I see. So what type of educational background do you have to be in your position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from Texas Lutheran University, and I have a Master's of Science degree in biotechnology from the University of Texas at San Antonio.
And I believe I neglected to ask you, how long have you been at the Bear County Crime Lab?
Almost 28 years now.
And as in your career as a forensic scientist, has it been entirely at the Bear County Crime Lab?
I had a brief departure in 21 where I went to work for the state for about 10 weeks and came back. It wasn't for me.
Okay, Miss San Antonio.
Yes.
So you said 28 years.
Yes, sir.
And so I assume you've testified in court on numerous occasions.
I have, yes, sir.
Have you testified for both the state and defense?
Both, yes, sir.
Have you testified in state court as well as federal court?
State court only. I don't believe I've ever testified in federal court.
And you probably don't keep a running track, but on how many occasions have you testified, roughly?
I would have to just make a best guess here, probably somewhere between 200 and 300.
Now, what type of certifications do you maintain?
I am board certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in forensic molecular biology, and I am licensed by the state of Texas as a forensic DNA analyst.
And is there any type of continuing education requirements that you have to meet to maintain your certification and licenses?
Yes, there's multiple reasons why we need to maintain our continuing education. One of them is the quality assurance standards to which the laboratory is held to. The other one would be my personal certification, as well as the Texas licensure requirements. They all require continuing education.
And are you current on all those levels and educations?
I am, yes.
Now, Mr. Sailors, I'm going to direct you to the time period of February 2016. Were you working in your capacity at Bear County Crime Lab as a forensic scientist?
I was.
Did you prepare a report detailing the results of any type of examination that you did, specifically on February 24, 2016?
I did, yes, sir.
And I should say February 24, 2016 is when the report was prepared, correct?
Correct. That was the date that the report was finalized and released.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sailors, I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 94. If you could please look at that. Is that a copy of the report that you tendered pertaining to this case and from the San Antonio Police Department?
It is, yes.
Okay. And for the record, what SAPD case number it pertains to your report that was assigned?
The SAPD case number on my report would be 15228265.
Now, I also see that there's a separate number called a CIL case number. Well, what is a CIL?
Well, CIL stands for Criminal Investigation Laboratory, and a CIL case number is a unique case number that we assign to a case when it comes in, and it would be unique to this agency number. So, for instance, if we receive evidence, when we receive...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can step outside for a minute. It's a glitch in our system. It's not anything else, so we'll have IT come and take care of it.
All right, Missouri.
guaranteed, what do you do, right? So we'll get them here to take care of this. All right, everyone, please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that IT has resolved the issues. All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Mr. Sellers, I believe where we left off, you had just explained what a CIL number was in regards to what the Bear County Crime Lab does and the uniqueness of that. Now, in this case, you were not the only analyst that dealt with specifically CIL 15-05788, correct?
That is correct.
Who was the previous analyst who did both serology and DNA testing?
That would have been Ms. Jamie Pomacall.
Now, did you perform a subsequent test based on the DNA extracts that Ms. Pomacall was able to gather in her DNA analysis?
I did.
Now, what type of test did you perform?
I was requested to perform what's called YSTR analysis. Then that technology focuses on just the male DNA that's found in a sample.
And if you could explain to the jury, I know that it was obviously as part of the title YSTR. Why is it Y as opposed to X?
So it's called YSTR because the markers that we're looking at are on the Y chromosome, which only male individuals have. And this is often the type of analysis that might come into play when you have a type of sample that has a large amount of female DNA in relation to a small amount of male DNA. That is normally would be kind of masked by the female DNA, but allows us just to focus in on the male portion.
Okay, and I guess can you provide an example of kind of when you said that there's a massive amount of female DNA, like how would you be able to isolate just the male DNA within that sample?
So I'm real big on analogies. So I would say, take for instance, you have a giant jar of red marbles. And within that jar of red marbles, there might be 1 or 2 blue marbles. And if every time you reach into that jar to grab a handful of marbles, you're pretty much just getting all red marbles. You're never going to find that blue marble. It's similar to what's going on in this type of analysis. So the male DNA in this case would be kind of like the few blue marbles that are in a jar full of red marbles, which would represent the female DNA. And so what that does is it specifically targets just the male DNA on the Y chromosome, ignoring the rest of the DNA that's there.
I see. And Mr. Sailors, you received certain, I believe I called it earlier, the DNA extracts that were gathered by Ms. Pomacall, correct?
That were created by her, yes, sir.
Created, I should say, yes. And specifically, a 1-1-7-1.1 identified as right-hand fingernail clippings DNA extract. That was part of what Ms. Pomacall created.
Yes, sir.
And then similarly, you also received a 1-1-7-2.1, the left-hand fingernail clippings as well for the DNA extract.
That is correct.
And did you also receive DNA extracts in terms of known samples through a buccal swab tips?
I did.
And specifically 1-5.1 from a Miguel Rosales, 1-6.1 from a John Daniel Nambrana, 1-7.1 from a Donald Lee, and 1-8.1 from an R.C. Curtis.
That is correct.
Now, you said specifically when you're doing this test, the Y chromosome short tandem repeat DNA analysis, you're looking specifically for male DNA, the Y DNA, correct?
That is correct.
And how do you do that? Like, are there certain points on your DNA extract where you're doing this comparison to look at, I believe what's called a loci?
Yeah, we call them loci, and these are specific markers or regions on the Y chromosome of males. And the way we're able to target those specific regions, almost kind of think of it kind of like a puzzle piece. Like a puzzle only fits in a certain spot. A piece only fits in a certain spot on a puzzle. Well, the same thing's happening with the DNA analysis. We have these small pieces of DNA that are called primers that are designed to go and find a specific spot on the Y chromosome. And it's based upon the sequence of the DNA. And so that's how we're able to focus just on those specific markers of the male Y chromosome.
And what type of device or instrument, I should say, do you use to do that comparison?
So the application of the science would be very similar to, I assume, to what Ms. Pomacall explained prior to this. But in this instance, what I'm going to do is I would take the DNA extracts that were created by Ms. Pomacall, and based upon the amount of male DNA that was on those items that she tested, I then subjected those DNA extracts to a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, where we use our male Y chromosome specific primers to target that DNA. And what we're going to do is we're going to make copies of each one of those regions from the Y chromosome. And every time we make a copy of it, we're adding a small fluorescent tag to it so we can detect it. So basically what happens during PCR is if you have an exponential increase in the amount of DNA that's going to be in the sample. So if we start out with maybe 2 pieces of DNA, and then we go through one round of PCR, then we now have 4 pieces. We go through another round, we have 8, 16. So what we're doing is we're making copies of those specific regions of DNA that we're looking at, which are, lineage markers on the Y chromosome.
So first, in regards to the left-hand fingernail clippings, the 1-1-7-1.2.1, did you perform that analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Now, in regards to your results as to the buccal swab DNA extract that you had on an R.C. Curtis, what were your findings?
My conclusions regarding the left-hand fingernail clippings DNA extract is that R.C. Curtis was not excluded as being a source of the human male DNA identified on that item.
Now, from the DNA extracts of the other known samples from Miguel Rosales, John Daniel Nombrana, and Donald Lee, what were your conclusions?
For Miguel Rosales, John Daniel Nombrana, and Donald Lee, the 3 of those individuals were excluded as being contributors to that DNA.
Now, after conducting that test and drawing those conclusions, are you able to assign a certain numerical value as to the amount of people that you might see in a certain population that would have those same results?
We were, or I was.
And could you explain to the jury how was that done?
So, since the Y chromosome is passed down from father to son unchanged, it functions as like a lineage marker. You can almost like kind of build a family tree on the male paternal side using the Y chromosome. So that being said, all the males on one paternal line would have the same Y chromosome DNA profile. And so it's different than the other DNA that Ms. Pomacall before me would have testified about, which is like unique to each individual with the exception of identical twins. So what we do in this instance is that since the Y chromosome is passed down in its entirety without any shuffling of the DNA and mixing it up, we take that DNA profile that we've developed and we compare it to a database of male individuals, and we look to see how many times have we seen that profile in that database population of individuals. And based upon the number of observations, that will then get converted into a statistic, even if it's not ever been observed. If there's been 0 observations in the database, we know the profile exists because I'm looking at it right here in front of me. So we'll take the number of observations or non-observations and convert it into a what we call a 95% upper confidence interval number.
Okay, and Mr. Sailors, I guess from this database population that you had available to you, how many DNA samples do you have in this, from what you're speaking of?
At the time of this analysis, the database that I used was comprised of 25,643 male individuals.
And how many times was that profile observed amongst those 25,643 individuals?
It was observed 0 times in that database.
And you said previously, you told the jury, sometimes even if you see 0, you know it obviously exists because you're seeing it, that you apply a 95% upper confidence interval result. And explain to that, how is that calculation done to where you can give a figure in terms of how many times you might see this profile?
So, being that the Y chromosome gets passed down from father to son, it is possible that there are individuals within this database that are related but may not know that. And so to compensate for that and for, sampling, it's a sampling of individuals from the population of 25,000 individuals, and we got a country of 300 million individuals. So to account for relatedness in the database and to account for any issues related to the sampling of the individuals, we apply a 95% confidence interval related to how often you would expect to see this profile in a population. And so we would take that 0 observations out of 25,643 individuals, convert that into a 95% confidence interval, which means that the number that I provide, I am 95% confident that that is close to the true representation of how often that profile occurs.
And based upon that calculation that you did, how often, what figure did you come up with?
The 95% upper confidence interval for this profile compared to the database is equivalent to about 1 in every 8,621 male individuals.
Now, did you also do a comparison in regards to 1-1-7-1.1, the right-hand fingernail clippings?
I did, yes.
And did you have a sufficient quantity or quality of DNA to make that comparison? I should say male DNA.
Yeah, at the time of the reporting, this male Y chromosome STR profile was of insufficient quantity or quality for me to form any conclusions about, regarding non-exclusions or exclusions.
And I said, is that part of your practice, part of your discipline, that you have to have a certain amount of quality or quantity to make a determination?
Right. It usually, a lot of times it pertains to the quality of the sample, the amount of DNA, and how complete the profile is.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Did you do any test on the African Americans Antonio Pena or Anthony Jones, or Antonio Jones?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did
Were
you
you
do any
giving me 2
test
names?
on the 2 African American males, Antonio Pena or Antonio Jones?
No, sir, I'm not aware of those individuals.
And you're saying,
Just 1 second.
yes.
If you can, Cindy, did you get that?
No, I didn't hear that question, I'm sorry.
All right, and you can repeat
I'm sorry.
your last question.
Yeah,
It's
my
that-
light
I'm sorry,
went-
your
my light went
previous
out.
question.
If you can just scoot that mic that's on the desk
I'm sorry,
closer
yes,
to you,
ma'am.
that'll work.
Did you conduct any test on the 2 young African Americans, Antonio Pena or Antonio Jones?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, so you're 95% accurate that 1 out of every 821 people might be this person.
Well, the 95% confidence interval refers to the statistic. I'm 95% confident that 1 in every 8,621 individuals is a true representation of that Y chromosome profile that was developed.
Now, you and I spoke last week about this case, is that correct?
That is true.
And I had some questions about some studies and asking you if you've seen any studies specifically about, different ways that DNA can be transferred. And one of the questions I asked you is if I took a towel perhaps that I had dried myself off with and shoved it in your mouth, could my DNA end up in your mouth, right?
Like DNA transferring from like the
From
towel.
my towel into your mouth. Like, let's just say I'm two guys break into your house and they're gonna beat you to death. And to stop you from screaming, they grab a towel that I had dried off with and shove it in your mouth. Are there studies, you know, is it possible my DNA could end up in your mouth?
Yes, studies do show that DNA can transfer from one item to the other, but I have to caveat that, you know, with each subsequent transfer, it does show that there is loss of DNA with each transfer event, but it's possible.
And then you said to me that there are studies, however, about studies like transfer in laundry baskets. That's more well documented.
Correct.
Okay. Now, may I approach Judge?
Yes.
Y'all have made a mess of this. Okay, I found it. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 4. Now, Defendant's Exhibit Number 4 is in evidence, and I'm told that this towel down here at the bottom, if I wanted you to test this towel for DNA evidence, could you do that? If you had it?
Yes.
Okay. Robert, it's good to see you again. I think of your 200 or 300, most of them were with me, so it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Bunk.
That's all I have, Judge.
Any follow-up?
Just very briefly, Judge. Now, Mr. Saylor's defense gave you a hypothetical in terms of a towel and then put into somebody else or put in somebody's mouth or whatnot. If that laundry had been left by that individual from over 3 weeks ago, would there be less DNA from just simply just drying off than, or something even if it was spermatozoa after a period of 3 weeks?
Well, I mean, it depends on, I guess, there's things that could happen during that 3-week time period. If the item had not been washed or laundered, the DNA could persist on the item. If it had been laundered and washed, then I would expect to see a decrease in the amount of DNA left behind after it being washed.
Okay. And do biological things like saliva, blood, semen, do they degrade?
Do they what?
Degrade.
Like over time?
Yes, over time.
They can. It depends on the conditions in which they're in. We have evidence in our possession that is 30, 40 years old that we've been asked sometimes to re-examine, and the DNA is stable. But, if it's been out in the sun and the elements, if it's stayed damp and there's bacteria growing on it, there's a lot of factors that can come into play that would affect the longevity of the DNA.
So environmental factors certainly play a role.
Yes.
We'll pass, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please step down if you'll leave the microphone behind.
Thank you for the reminder, Judge.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would step outside, just give us 5 minutes, okay?
Sorry about that.
All right, so the state has rested. Everyone may be seated. All right, so the state is rested.
Judge, at this time, on behalf of Mr. Curtis, The defense moves for a directed verdict on all counts. As the evidence stands at this point, there is absolutely zero evidence that Mr. Curtis was in that apartment on that day. To prove any of the counts, they have to place him in the apartment on the 21st of October, the day that Ms. Boyd was killed. There's no evidence of that. Even if the court was to believe Lee and Barnett, that the credit cards were given to them, there's no evidence he got the cards on that day. Even if the court was to believe that the DNA came from Mr. Curtis, the state's last witness says that evidence could have been there from October 1st. So there's zero evidence that Mr. Curtis was in that apartment on that day. And that being said, there's no evidence he killed her or had anything to do with her death. That being said, the court is now faced with the unenviable position to grant the defendant's request for a direct verdict. And we at this time move for such.
All right, State.
Your Honor, the evidence has shown that the defendant's DNA was found in the complainant's mouth and under her nails. The rest of her body was in such a state as to clearly have had a forceful exchange with someone that caused serious bodily injury that led to her death. What was missing was her identification, her wallet from there. There has been testimony from two individuals saying that they obtained that evidence from the defendant the day after her death. There has been additional evidence proven that on the day of her death, an ATM inquiry was made miles away from her home. The fact that the cards, etc., were never found by police or her family after the place was cleared emphasizes how the defendant obtained them on the 21st, used them at that ATM machine, and did so by battering her body, leaving his DNA on her body on the 21st. That is more than a mere scintilla. That is beyond a reasonable doubt. The state urges the court to deny it.
All right, defense, this is your request. I'll allow you final argument if you have final argument.
I disagree, and I stick with my original argument.
All right. Defense's motion will be denied. If we could bring the jurors back in, please.
If I can have 2 more minutes of the court's time,
Yes.
then I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
All right, thank you.
May Mr. Curtis and myself approach the court reporter.
Sure. All right, and for the media who's here, if you could,
Can y'all
for this portion,
can you
if you
kill
could
the
turn this
mics?
off and,
Turn the audio down.
if you'll turn it off for this portion. And State, if you'll step outside. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested. Defense,
Judge, we rest.
state be closed.
Your Honor, the state does move to close.
We close as well.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the only evidence you're going to hear at this point in time. So I'm going to have you all come back tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. You should not have any problems with parking because jurors are usually not called up on Fridays, and I haven't heard of anyone specially ordered jurors, so you should have parking space. Remember my instructions. As a reminder, you are not to look at anything about this case. If you see anything, turn it off. You're not allowed to discuss what you've heard in this courtroom with anyone. You're not allowed to begin deliberations with yourself internally or talk to each other about this case. You're not allowed to do any research about this case. Everything that you're to know about this case is to come from inside this courtroom, and do not think about this case while you're outside the courtroom. I will let you know when it's time for you to begin your deliberations. Tomorrow, what will happen is I will read to you the jury charge, and then either side will have an opportunity to give closing arguments to you if they so choose, and then only after that point will I allow you and instruct you to begin with deliberations. Does everyone understand? Yes. Any questions before I release you for today? No. Is there anyone here who cannot follow the court's instructions? Okay. All right. Everyone please rise for the jurors, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:15.